There we go. Let's just check the sound's working. Channel. Where's that then? Well, I should be here. Why isn't that on my phone? If you're watching, then I'll be there in a sec. Are we here? We are here. Right, morning everybody. Welcome to Gold Valley Lakes. Yeah, there we go. Right, welcome to Gold Valley Lakes. I'm on the middle lake today and the match has just started and I just need to feed some pellets. I'll run through the rigs in a second as I get fishing. I do just need to put some bait on this 13-metre line before we get going. So I thought I would come back a fish a lake today. I'll move that around in a second. Right, just want to dump this quite noisily on that line. Don't know much about the middle lake at Gold Valley. It's got a lot of F1s in it and a lot of carp in it, so we're essentially fishing for both today. We'll start with this rig, and then we get fishing. I'll talk about some other bits. 017 to 013 RW 4B12. I've got a little bulk, one number 10 dropper, and a band. I'm fishing 6mm pellet today on the hook, and I'm gonna fish this on a top kit +1, which I need to sort out. I'm going to fish with 2 mils in the pot, and then once I've done all this, that doesn't sound very nice, we'll get fishing. Where's that going to sit? There. Okay. Right. Top kit +1, nice and short. Get those pellets out and I'll just adjust the camera and I can see it on my phone. So, morning everybody, I'm on peg 97 at Gold Valley, as I said. I've come back to fish a lake today, where I'm very positive about getting some bites. Looks like we need another little number 11 on that rig. After a couple of days on the river of not catching too much, if you follow my antics regularly, you'll see that I was on the Trent last weekend for the Riverfest final. Had a great, fantastic time in terms of the event and stuff, but I didn't catch too much. You can see that on the video that I've got up on my page. And then I was due to fish the Thames Festival this week. I'll put another shot on there. And unfortunately, after day one, we got rained off. Because of all the rain we had, the river's flooded and made it unsafe to fish. So that's unfortunately been cancelled for this year. And I'm not going to answer that telephone call. So yeah, so that's sort of a bit unfortunate, but we're back here, hopefully catch some fish. Just need to settle down and start fishing. the plan today is start short. I've got an edge line down to my left. I won't feed it just yet. And then I've got a line at 13 metres and a bomb line, and I'll start pinging that shortly. So I'll catch some F1s short, some F1s down the edge. I'm going to end up on 13 metres, I think, on some pellets, maybe some fish on the bomb, and then I've got a carp rig down the left hand side. I'll put some corn down there in the last hour and look to turn that into carp. So that's sort of the plan. Short F1s, edge F1s, F1s or maybe carp on 13 metres, carp on the bomb, and then down the edge to carp for finish. That's the plan. I've not fished in Middle Lake for ages. So I'm out of practice for sure, but I'm expecting to catch here today. The sun's out, we've had a lot of rain, the venue's not flooded, it's got good water drainage here, so they're able to manage the levels in the lakes quite successfully. So anything I think this may be the cold water going in would have put the fish off a little bit, but you know, the F1s, so I think they'll be pretty resilient to that change. Maybe the carp will be a bit more moody, but let's see. So morning everybody, thanks for joining, and hopefully we'll get you a few fish today. As I said, I've put some 4 mils on the 13 metre line. My plan is that I'm just going to put some bait over there during the course of the day, maybe every half an hour. If I can remember to do that, I'll put some more 4 mils on that line, and maybe ping some with the catapult. Just see a carp cruising through there actually. And then in a minute I'll start firing some 8 mils on the bomb line. Hopefully catch a bit of everything. That's the plan. For those regular viewers, there's the clicker ready to go. It's part of my commitment, I guess, to everybody. I said that I would get a clicker once I hit 1,000 subscribers, and I've got over that in the last couple of days, so thanks everyone for that. I really appreciate it. It's great for visibility of the channel and some live fishing on TV for free, so thanks everyone for that. Now I'm just wondering why I've not had a bite. What is it, 10 past? Expected a pretty immediate response. Give it a few minutes. That picture look alright. And someone just type in it. That float is now, after sitting up, it's now decided to stop right down. So I'm just going to take that trimming shot off. I'm not sure I said I intend to fish groundbait and maggots down to the left hand side, and pellets short, pellets long, groundbait maggot to the left, corn later on, and 8 mils towards the rope. Sort of the plan. Focusing on this for a minute, see if there's any fish here before I start chucking bait all over the place. I've got 4 lines I'm going to fish and feed today. I could have set up a line to my right as well. I could have done that. I've chosen not to. I decided I've got enough to deal with, but I was expecting to catch short to start with. It'll be a bit longer. Morning, Kenny. Somebody just fishing behind me on Syndicate with some bite alarms that sound exactly the same as my GoPro when it's turning itself off. So every time they go, I think I've lost connection. Well, that doesn't look very good, does it, to start? It's 5 minutes without an indication. I'm not in a rush, but excuse me, early bites would have been nice. I've just come off the back of 10 hours of fishing with no bites, so I kind of want to end that as quick as I possibly can. Quite a while, isn't it? Yeah, it's lovely. It's a lovely venue. Sun's out. It's off me at the moment, but it's going to come round and be in my face in a minute. I'm probably going to warm up. I need to take my top off, but I'm quite enjoying it at the moment. It's cold to start with. It was 3.5 degrees. I spotted 3 degrees this morning as I came along in the car. I wasn't paying too much attention, but it was cold. I'm surprised that float is sitting there as still as it is. Oh, that's a tiny little bite. sure you can see that, can you? It's just rolled over on it. Right, there we go. Blank's done. There we go. First F1. And I'll give myself 2 on my new clicker. Wow, look at that. Most of the angling fraternity is disgusted that I've just bought a clicker and not been using one for years, but that's the way it goes. Right, let's get some 8mm out there. Right, what time is it? 20 past. Tiny little bite. Right, can you see that there? Yeah, I think you can. So as I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed that long line every 30 minutes or so, just drop some more pellets on it. If this short line doesn't produce me some fish, then I'm going to go on the long line, and then I'll start feeding the edge, and I'll switch between those 2 lines. But I don't want to chuck maggots down there right now. Bigger one, isn't it? She's determined to jump out that net. Okay, it's worth 3, I reckon. Just put some more 8mm on that bomb line. More pellets. A lot of people will ask why I'm still using stone flows on a lot of my kits, and instead of Dacron, and just it's easier for my kids to set the rigs up than it is with a Dacron. My daughter finds it easier, so for the moment I'm still going to have stone flows on most of my rigs, or my pole kits I should say. Is that an indication then? Four's gone. Could be £2 for these. I'm not sure if they're quite £2, but I can't click half a pound, so £2 it is. See, I've just quickly filled that long line again. I need to pay attention to where the bait goes so I can just use the catapult from there on in. Maybe some 2 mils in there as well. Let's go out, turn the pot, put it under the water, watch all the pellets fall out, and then reset the rig right over the top of it. Ready with my little trap to catch the next one. Oh, missed that bite. Float's really decided to sit low in the water now, which is a bit strange. It's just about out enough for me to recognise a bite, but let's just take another look at that shot when I bring it back in. Oh, got little bubbles just popped up by the float. Signs there's some F1s down there. I think what I'll do is, because I've had a few fish now, the next pot I'll just put a few little 4 mils in it and some 2 mils. What I keep finding on this venue is I keep fishing with 2 mils, and then I think what happens is they scatter them too much around the peg, and then the bites just peter out. And if I'd have maybe put some 4 mils in earlier, then I could have kept the fish in the peg for a bit longer, or in a tight enough group so I can actually hook them. That's what I kind of mean. Okay, start. Morning, if you just joined in, I'm on peg 97 on the Middle Lake at Gold Valley on the Saturday Open. I've got what, £7 on the clicker, and I'm just catching some fish short, top kit +1, and I'm feeding the long pole 13 metres and the bomb line with 8mm pellets. Looking to catch some bigger carp there later. That's my bite. I'm going to have to reset that. I don't know if I've got another number 10 I have. I'll take that 10 off and just quickly replace it for an 11. Just put a couple of 4 mils in that pot, just to reduce the amount of 2 mils that go in. Better, that float's sitting a lot nicer now. Again, some more bubbles come up. Just right by where my float is. Do you know what that's camera's doing? Must have knocked it. Not quite as quick as I want these bites, really. Oh, I've just done a little bit of faffing around with the rig and stuff, but I still want it quicker when I go back out. Still some bubbles coming up. It's definitely feeding fish down there, but maybe they're hunting around a little bit too much. I need to make a more of a visible pile of bait with those 2 mils. Maybe putting those 4 mils in wasn't the right idea just yet. did get a bite really quickly, and I wonder if that was my lot. Still some bubbles coming up, so there's definitely fish down there, but I'm not sure they're... This is really viable. It's taking too long to get a bite, I think. Alright, Med says it's too long, so I'm going to come off it. And I'm just going to put a little bit of ground bait down to my left. Just fishing it on a top kit today, right where the sun is. It's not very convenient. I'll just start chucking some maggots down there, and I'll have a look on the long line on the pole, which is that one. Same again, just going to go out with a 6mm pellet. I've already fed it, so let's just get out there and see if there's any fish. Sitting there waiting. I've got to break down twice, it's a bit unfortunate. I've got too many cars driving around behind me today for me to happily put the pole roller all the way behind me, so it's a little bit inconvenient. Right, if I turn that like that, you should have a good view. He says. So what if I've gone on this? I've gone on this at 1:45. Right. Okay, that was a foul at carp. By the look of that. That's the sort of speed of reaction that I'm looking for a bite though. Get back out there. I'll put some more pellets on that long line. I think what might happen is I end up sitting on the long line, feeding up the pole line, and then come and nick a couple and then be back off it and refeed it again, that type of thing. So now I've got to think about feeding my left hand line down the edge with some maggots. Feeding fish on the pole line. Twist that. Mount, sorry, there you go. Hopefully that's a much better picture. And keeping all 3 lines going now. I might just pot some 4mm and some 6mm on that short line, but we'll see how the edge comes and see if I can catch any fish down there. But I'll feed it for about half an hour before I have a look. So it's going to be long pole and then the bomb for a little bit. Let's see. This will be fun because really I want to fire some 4mm over this pole line while I'm fishing it. Not too bad. That's better. So that wind's a bit unwelcome. There was no sign of any wind at all where I was setting up when I set up a 4x14 float out there. I'm not going to see any small indications in that kind of ripple. I can see that bite though. Okay, so there's some fish on that line anyway, so that's good. If I'm a bit haphazard with the catapult, then I will just accept that fact and I'll pot in some bait. Maybe I'll put a pot on the end and just tap some 4s and 6s in. In fact, that's probably exactly what I should do. I just like the idea of putting the bait in with a catapult to make some noise. But maybe that's not the best thing to do from my accuracy point of view. I haven't been doing it for a while, so I could end up spreading bait around. Keep feeding that maggot line to my left. No, didn't mean to do that quite like that. Only I would trap my lag stick with my pole pot, wouldn't I? Let's cap it off with some 2mm, eh? Right. Let's get back out. Come out. I wonder if that was bouncing around like a jigger. It's a nice little mirror. Little fish, look. Another 3 for you. Right, what's the time? Just came up to 12 o'clock. I'll do a quick little update. It's just nearly an hour gone. I've got £10 on the clicker. Somebody really wants to phone me today. So I've got £10 on the clicker. I've caught a few fish short. I've just gone along. Fouled up to carp, I think, straight away, and then I've just had a little baby carp, about £3. I've started feeding my edge to the left, and I'm also feeding 8 mils long So I fancy a fish on the bomb today. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep fishing this long line for a little bit. Actually better keep this going all day really, and once I've had a little bit longer, I'll go down on the left hand edge and see if there's any fish down there. I'm just going to I'm chucking maggots down there. I've potted some ground bait, and that's what I'm going to fish down that left hand side. Oh, missed that bite. I could do with giving that left hand edge about half an hour to let the sun move a little bit further round. It's right where I want to put my float, so it's slightly in the way at the moment, but should be good. I went out on the long line because I wasn't happy how quickly I was catching short. Lots of bubbles, no bites. So I'll come out here. Hopefully I can get a better response rate and catch a bit quicker. I'll go over the rigs at the end, but just this is a 017 to 013 4-inch hook length, size 18 SLWG with a small dren and bait band on. It's not a small one, I think they're mini micro, maybe it's a mini. Yeah, it's a mini dren and band, just with a 6mm pellet. I think maybe I'm gonna have to keep potting, I'm not sure. I should be able to get more than one bite off of that bait I put in, so I'm just gonna go easy for a second. Can't fight this urge to pick the catapult up and fire some 4mm over the top. Again, not as good as I wanted it to be. I might be looking on that left hand edge quicker than I was planning. There's a couple of little bubbles coming up. Maybe I just need to be a bit more patient. He says that he gets bite. Patience, Graham, patience. Just going to reset that trap. Connection. Are we still here, everybody? Someone just type something in chat so I know that everyone's still here. I'd appreciate that, please. I'm going to just stare at the float for a second. I wonder if I'm going to get a super quick bite now I put that bait in on top of it. So I'm just watching that, I'm not looking at the phone for a minute. Just trying to work out if I put the bait in and then fish come rushing into the peg when they smell the 2 meals, or whether what I think what's going on is there's just fish milling around in the area and the bait goes in, and then, you know, eventually they come along and find it like that, and then they get a bite. Right, thanks Peter, appreciate that. Can you just let me know, did it cut out? Did it break the connection and then reconnect, or has it been a smooth transmission? Only because it said reconnected on the GoPro app, and I wonder if that was just because I'd clicked on something. There's no sort of alert when anything goes wrong on the app. It's just only if the camera decides to turn itself off do you hear something, which unfortunately today sounds like a bite alarm. Or as she said, the guy's bite alarms behind me sound like the same noise. I want more bites than this. There's a little indication then. I was just thinking maybe firing that bait over the top is not a good idea. I haven't brought any shallow kits. I end up bringing them shallow. That'd be quite funny. That's going to cause me a whole host of pain. End up slapping a deep rig. Just keep feeding down that left hand side, keep chucking more maggots. There's either two things that are going to happen, which is one, it's going to attract some fish in, and you know, when I go down there I'm going to get a bite straight away, or the maggots are just going to crawl away into the silt or out the peg or somewhere else. It's the joy about feeding maggots, you can just keep chucking them in. It can't really have a negative effect on the peg. Yeah, I know. We think the same. Just seeing what you're comment about bringing them off the bottom. I don't feel there's enough there, that's the issue. So I'm trying to ping the pellets to draw more fish into the area. It's not that deep, you know, cut a foot, maybe 3 foot deep, so I think what I'll do is I will I'm not sure. Stuck between rock and a hard place, between the danger of bringing them off the bottom and attracting them in. Good dilemma to have though, you know. I don't know why the connection wouldn't be perfect here today. It's great connection. Upload speed, I mean, not just connection, you know. Yeah, that fish was only £1.5 pounds, but from one extra half a pound on the clicker. I'll try and remember that. Come on, instant bite please. I get a quick enough bite, it'll stop me picking up the catapult. For those that don't know this peg on the Middle Lake, there used to be an island on the right hand side just to the right of me, and it probably goes from my top 6, goes all the way out to that floating thing you can see over there. So as I'm at this depth here, it shallows up to my right hand side, so I'm fishing off the island into the deeper water. It shallows right up to my right hand side, maybe another foot or something, maybe more than a foot shallower. And then to my right, what you sort of get is this channel, this deeper channel. So it's deeper to my right here, then you go further out and then it shallows up when you hit the island and go up. If you look back on, there's some old DVDs that William made about fishing on the Middle Lake, and the island was prevalent for catching fish. You know, it was a out and out flyer. So if memory serves me rightly, when the lake was slightly redone, they chopped the top off the island, and there was another one they took the top of it as well to get rid of the islands because they were too much of a flyer. But you know, there's still a big chunk of them still remains. So I'm fishing in what I think is a natural bait holding area. You know, as the wind would blow from left to right, it would deposit at the corner of the bottom of the lake and then the slope of the island. So you know, just to the right of me, or just pretty much where I am, I'm on that right bottom. So I need the fish to come in from the left. So maybe that's why I need to be a bit careful with my bait. The fish had swum over through the rig then. So it's nice, just good to be out today, getting a few bites. As I was saying earlier, I'm just coming off of 2 matches with no bites. One on the Trent last Sunday in the pouring rain, and one this Wednesday actually on the Thames, which also ended up in the pouring rain. So I thought it'd be good today to get down to Gold Valley and fish the Middle Lake, get some bites, and get a live stream going. I'm fishing a match, but I'm not really worried about the match. Just like an expensive day ticket. I'm fishing against local anglers that fish the venue regularly, and who are much more in tune to what's going on in this lake than I am. So if I do well, it'll be a bit of a miracle. I've got the draw for it. The draws are right for sure. I'd rather be up this end of the lake than down on the left hand side towards peg 85, but I'm not getting bites often enough to make me think I'm going to have a match winning weight. This is way too long currently. Didn't even see that bite. That's pellets for sure. Yeah. Right, another few minutes and then I'll go short on that left hand edge. I just want to stay out for a bit longer. What we're trying to catch, F1s and carp. And I've currently got 12 pound on my clicker, so I've had a few. Not many though. Oh, Gary, just seen your thing. Nice to see you. Decapitated island. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll try and find that old DVD that William. I've got it. Do I still have them? I might still have them. If not, I think that the guy that videoed them might have put them on YouTube now. I'll have a little look. See if I can get the picture of the DVD with William fishing against the island and try and overlay my picture now so you can see where the island was. In fact, that'd be quite cool if I could do that. So I'll try and sort that out. So a few more minutes out here, then I'm going to look down to the edge. What I'll do is I'll pot some bait out in front of me, and then if there's no fish down the edge, then I will put some more ground bait down there, and then I'm going to chuck the bomb out for a little bit, and then I'll be looking the right way to have a little bit of a conversation, read all your comments, and hopefully have the rod pulled in. That'd be the plan anyway. Just taking too long on this long line, as it was taking too long on the short line. I'm not going to win a match catching £50. Not here anyway. Wait ages for a bite and then miss it. It's no good. Just focusing on that float for a second. I'm not. I'm trying not to look at my phone, ironically. It's on my left, which is completely the wrong place for it to be when I'm fishing on the long pole. Right, come on, fish. That might be pellets. That was a tiny little bite. And then the float popped up again as I was striking. Yeah, pellets. And there's the scale as the proof. Carp though. It's not from an F1. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some more bait out there, but I'm going to also just put a bit of ground bait out on that long line, I think. Putting it in loose, I just need it to make a bit of a mess. It's not a mess, but you know, spread out. $4 mils and maybe a little ball of 2 mils. Should be good. What we got? Right. There were loads of people in the house. Afternoon, everybody. Let's see. If there's any fish down this left-hand edge. Right, let's move that there. Okay, what's wrong with that? Carp rig, short rig. Yeah, that's the rig, why is it not settling? There we go. Right, come on. I need it solid with F1s. You might left one. Oh dear. For that bomb line coming on. Well, if that's what's going to be down there, I will not hesitate in start dumping ground bait down there and corn. There's fish down there for sure. I just think there might be the roach variety. There's just a lot of roach. Just a tom kit, Dave. Can't quite write what you read what you said. Oh, I think I had a bite there. I'm watching this duck. Sometimes I wonder if I'm actually a match angler. Busy watching the duck instead of my float. Right, well, my answer of is that solid with F1s down that left-hand edge is clear. The answer is no. So I will check the bomb out for a second. Trusty bomb rod, 3/4 of an ounce, 0.19 hook length, 8mm ringer's pellet, which is going over the top of fishery, a fishery 8mm. Right, a few pellets, a few more pellets. Lob it over the top. It's funny, having fished the river, old 12-inch hook length doesn't really seem like a hook length. Right, now quick check of the time. Was it 12:30? 12:30. Can't resist firing 4mm over that pole line, so I'm not going to try and resist. I'm just going to do it. Right. Come on, we need a good 10-pound carp sitting out there. Leave that rod to get pulled in. £12, Simon, on my brand new clicker. And good afternoon to everyone else that's just joined. Welcome to the fishing stream. So a little hour and a half in summary, I guess, from where I am. I've started on short. I had a couple short. Didn't feel like it was really happening, so I've gone long. I had a couple long. Didn't feel it was really happening. I've gone down the edge. Looks like I've got a little roach. So I'm going to put some more ground bait down there in a minute. And so I've just slung the bomb out, for which I've just had some weird indication. I've been feeding the bomb line for an hour, so let's see. No, yeah, I don't really want to pull. I haven't really come here with the intention of fishing shallow. It's a bit strange for someone who's fishing a match to say that, but I've not come with the intention of fishing shallow. I've left my shallow kits at home. I'm fishing on the deck or on the bomb or down the edge. Otherwise, you bring everything, right? And if I start slapping a rig over on the long pole line, I don't think that helps with getting the reds down. What I need to do is just focus on drawing some fish and then dumping a load of bait to get them down on the bottom. That's what I'm going to do. And if it's more carp than F1s, I'm fine with it. But I'll happily stay here on the bomb for a minute, and I'm going to enjoy my tasty ham baguette from Greg's. So please excuse me, everyone, while I eat a quick bit of lunch. Hopefully it's a surefire way to have that rod bend round in a second. Just keep feeding all these lines all the time, and give myself some options. Turned into a proper lunch break now, this has. I've done so much fishing over the last few days, where I've just been so concentrated on everything. I've not eaten or really done anything. Now I feel like I'm on a little bit of a, you know, still a bit of a holiday. Right, I did want that bomb to go screaming off, which it's not done. So I'm going to go and have another look on that long pole line again. Not that rig, not that rig. I was going to say, yeah, that's the one, because it's a longer lash. I wasn't sure which rig it was then. This is not as desired. There's a few bubbles. We just need to be a bit more patient. He's chucking a feeder to the island to my right, which suggests to me that he's having the same difficulties that I'm having. There's bubbles in the peg. Now what should have happened was I fed that ground bait. That was going to draw some fish into the peg. There was some 4 mils in there. That was going to keep them in the sort of area of where I dropped my bait. Now I've gone out with some 2 mils, which should also drag the fish to where I'm fishing if they're in the local area, and I'm not getting a bite. But there's still the odd bubble coming up, so I think that there's fish there, but there's just not enough. There's not enough fish there to create enough competition. So if they're not down my edge, and they're not short, and they're not long, and there's not a lot of carp lined up on the bomb line, I've got to have a bit of a plan. Now I could just sit out on the bomb and fire 4 mils over this line for ages. That's an option. I could dump some ground bait and corn down the left hand edge, but I want to do that later, not now. I think it's too early. I could try short again. Maybe I just need to persevere on this long line for a little bit more. Trying to tell me you're on the short line. A load of bubbles come up now on my long line. There was a bubble that came up just before I got a bite then. I'm not sure if it was a bite or a liner though, right? Because, you know, I didn't hit it, didn't feel the fish. I wonder. Can't have that ripple though, that's gonna cause me all sorts of problems. That has got to go. I'm just watching. I can see the odd bubble is coming up, but it's not translating into bites. So there's feeding fish there. 4 mils, 2 mils on the short line. A ball, 2 mils down the edge. That's the start of the carp process. And then we're going to do hope the car doesn't drive along super fast. And 4 mils, 2 mils on the long line, and then I'm going to chuck the bomb out again. This time I'm going to put that lot in a tight old spot. So, 2 hour update, I've got 12 pound on my clicker. I've just fed short, long and down the edge. I'm gonna sit on this bomb for 5-10 minutes, and I'm going to go back out on the long line. If there's nothing there, I'm going to have a look on the short line. In fact, I might short line first and then long line. My feeling is that there's fish about, but there's not a lot. That's what it feels like. Indications, but not enough competition. So my mind's moving towards what am I doing later on in the match. This is like the middle hour. Right now there's I've got a grebe come up on the left, which is not helpful, and I've got bubbles up on the long line. So I'm just going to keep feeding that long line with the catapult. I want to give this bomb line a good 5 or 10 minutes. See if I can get a carp on it, and then I'll go back on the long line. That's decided that now. So I've got this middle hour, and then I've got to sort out what I'm doing for the finale. I've got spare peg to my left. Every reason to think that I'm going to get fish down this left hand margin, so I'm going to fill that in with corn and ground bait towards the end. I'm looking to catch carp down there. Even on the top kit it should be fine, it's deep enough. And then still pick up some fish long. I'm not sure if they want more bait or less bait, this is the problem. Then maybe they don't want the pellet, maybe they want maggots, I'm not sure. That's a little indication, but I need to... the grebe's dived, so maybe that was the grebe. I need that tip to go around. Watching my tip, watching the grebe. Grebe's dived. I really don't want to hook that grebe today. The trouble is, if it's diving around in my bait, then it's just going to annoy the carp. So it's a good spot in the video to say I hope you're enjoying it. What am I saying? It's a good spot in the video to say I hope you're enjoying it. If you're not subscribed, if you consider hitting that subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. It helps with the visibility of the channel, helps bring my content to more people, so that you know that's cool. And if you are a subscriber already, then hit the thumbs up button for everyone. Actually, if you're enjoying it, then that's that's broken me off on the bike. Whoa. Might have been a liner. Hook length just seems tiny. It's not far enough. Right, where was I? Please consider hitting the subscribe button. It's a free way to support the channel. It's great for visibility. You can see when I'm going live and when I post new content. So hit that subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, and I really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Now, can I have another one of them bites, please? Just slinging bait everywhere. Oh, right. I never mentioned it, but I think my channel is the same as a lot of other channels where only 20% of the people are subscribed who are watching my content, so there's absolutely scope for a lot more people to hit that subscribe button, so I would appreciate it. So thanks. Well, that's exactly what I needed off the bomb line. Oh, look at this thing. Look at this thing under my feet. Oh, okay. This thing is a £6 carp, in case anyone couldn't see it. You probably can't because the camera's over there, but it's a good £6 carp, just top kit away from me. Swimming in my peg, saying hello. Another indication on the bomb line. Stay on it. Sun's gorgeous today. When it goes in, it's a little bit chilly, but it's nice when the sun's out. F1 that is. You're not a carp. about a pound, and that fixes the issue from earlier. Right. Just gonna have a look short again. I'm not convinced about that bomb line. I'll go short, long, and then bomb. That'll be the sequence. If it had been a carp, I would have gone back out. But I fed this line and I fed the other line, so I'm going to check them. That's not a very good view, is it? Is that better? Yeah. Nope. Still some bubbles on this long line. No bites though. Not even more bubbles. I don't feel as if I've ever had that many bubbles come up in the peg and not get a bite. You know, like individual, it's not like they're coming up in a mass, you know, it's not fish hitting a load of silt, you know, it's individual bubbles coming up from feeding fish. And there's clearly something about my 6mm pellets they don't want. Strange. Not the bite. Reset that. Let's reset. What's that? What is that? Just jumped on my rig. I foul hooked myself a gudgeon. I foul hooked a gudgeon in the middle lake. Look at that. That's nuts. Right. I might be back out on that bomb line in a minute, so just need to feed it again. Come on. I did have a bite and then more bubbles. Need that float to go under. That is nuts. Right, one more ship out and then I'm going on the bomb. Afternoon, Carl. Hope you're alright. just put another number 11 on that float, just to dot it down a little bit more. I'm not sure, but I've got this feeling that I'm getting some little dinks that weren't really registering for me enough, you know. So I've dotted the float down further intentionally, that if an F1 even thinks about a pellet, that float's going to go under. What's wrong with that? Come on. Nice that is all in that pole. I'm not catching fish, so you can forget about that. Why is everything of mine getting tangled up today? Okay, I'm going to write that line off, I think. It's just not working for me. What's the time? Coming up to 2 o'clock. So 2 and a bit hours, and I would say that I've had a frustrating time on that pole line. I might chuck the bomb over there, but I'm not fishing the pole there anymore. I think that I'm getting really small indications that when the wind comes, it's too difficult to see. So I'm going to focus on trying to catch some fish on the bomb and then down the edge. I'll keep feeding that maggot down there, and then in about an hour's time I'm going to put a load of ground bait and corn down there, and hopefully if I can hook myself something sizable. But between now and then I'll spend some time on the bomb. I've either messed up the feeding on that pole line, or you know, the fish have been a bit finicky, or you know, I'm not sure, but it's not happening. I could sit out there for an hour and catch one fish, or maybe sit out there for an hour and catch no fish. I'm much better off sitting on the bomb. There's enough carp in the lake to try and catch a few carp, so that's what I'm going to do. Just straighten up this camera. F1, but you know, it's one F1 that I don't think I'd have caught on the pole, so I might get a run of F1s down that left hand edge. What I'll do is I'll keep fishing the bottom, and then I will keep feeding that edge. No, Dennis, 2 nets in, just as not to mix F1s and carp. I think you can do. I think the F1s are big enough, but I just don't want to. I'm kind of liking this clicker now. Why haven't I bought one of these before? So I've messed about on the pole for 2 hours trying to catch F1s, and now I'll just catch them on the bomb line. But we're catching. Let's start this party late. We've got £17 on the clicker. That's funny. Maybe I should have put an 8mm pellet on that pole line. Maybe they would have had it then. Okay. Just what's that about? Went solid and then came off. Hook length looks alright. Strange. Yeah, Dennis, it took a little bit of accelerator. I think it's the fact that I'd won my Riverfest qualifier and I was in the final. I got a lot of views on those 2 videos. I just wish I could have caught some more fish in that Riverfest final, but if I ever get back to the Trent, I will be a lot more informed than I was before I went. Rushing around, keeping the feeder well away from the fish. And mine was half that, so, and there was debris coming down, and there was a lot of conversation around debris coming down the river. It hits the feeder, collates by the feeder, and whilst you can carry on fishing like that, it spooks the fish, and they won't go near it. So so yeah, if I was in that situation again where I've got a fish for barbel on day 2, then 6 foot hook lengths. And the other thing was around having a feeder that will hold in the middle. Now it was 3.5 grams to hold in the 3.5 ounces to hold in the middle of that river, and for some reason I just never thought it was going to be that. It was going to be like that, you know. I wasn't aware that if you get a load of rain come on it, that river can come up so fast. It went from being 20 degrees, nice sunshine on day 1. The river came up 2 foot overnight and was absolutely thundering through like a steam train on day 2. And I only had 50 grams. I thought, you know, that was heavy. I never thought I'd be fishing in those conditions, so I wasn't geared for them. I wasn't prepared for that, so I thought I'd taken the kitchen sink with me, but clearly I need to take even more gear for more eventualities. So, you know, that was interesting. So I learned a lot, really enjoyed it, but yeah, I look forward to seeing if I can qualify again next year. I'll buy a ticket for sure for the Sutton Courtenay Waters. So I'm just wondering now whether I should... No, I think I'll just focus on this same main bomb line and chucking bait down this edge. So the thing about this edge is it's only a top kit away. It's not far. If I fish it further though, I'm going to be in the tree. So I'll keep chucking maggots down there. Maybe some fish come on that. In the meantime, concentrate on the bomb line. Forget about that pole line long, and forget about the pole line short. Hopefully hook some carp on this bomb line and not just F1s, and then maybe we can get back in the running. 2 hours to go and I've got 17 pound on the clicker. I've had better comebacks, or bigger comebacks I would say. What I need now is the montage music to kick in for me then catching a load of fish. But by the way, fish, that was the trigger for a bite. That was me sort of setting it up, just in case you were wondering. That rod tip's meant to bend right round right now. So start mixing up some ground bait and some micros for this edge, really, because that's what's got to go in there. It's about 50-50 in there. I'm just wondering if I should start chucking maggots short. How many maggots have I got? Probably enough. Right, top kit +1 short. Just getting the eye in. Right. Keep this down to 5-minute chucks, I think. So if anyone was wondering, I've got some footage from the first day of the Thames Festival, but I blanked, so I'm not sure I'm gonna make it into a video. Unfortunately, the festival got cancelled after the first day due to the floods on the River Thames. So if anyone's wondering where that is, then that's why it's not up on my channel. I'll let you look for yourself now. If you couldn't see what was on that shiny clicker, it's £17. So nothing exciting, but everything can change. Just wondering if I should look to fish that edge to the right, but I don't think I'm gonna. I'm not quite happy about this top kit, that's the problem. I want it to be further. I can't go further than top kit really to my left. I might as well just throw my rig in the tree. I could possibly go top kit +1 to my right though, which would make me feel a little bit more comfortable. A few little indications on the tip. Not a lot though. Got to make a decision though. I've got to make it in a minute. I could fish to the right, then I'm going to have problems putting other sections on. I could fish to the left, have less problem with sections because I could lay that pole against the other pole. Although I did turn my maggot short line. Slinging bait all over the place today. Right, 5 more minutes on the bomb. Then I'm going to look short down this edge with maggot. Then I might take a little look there short with maggot, and then I might dump a load of ground bait down here with corn. Ground bait and micros and corn down that edge. And prepare myself for a crazy finish. I haven't shotted that rig up actually even. Where is that? Carp rig. Just watching everyone's playing with that pellet on that tip. Tiny little movements. Right, quick look, see if there's any fish to be able to mag up. No, there's a snag though. It's a bit low, isn't it? Okay, quite deep that edge, isn't it? Let's just quickly shut that other rig up, which is that one. It's a big old hook today. I haven't got anything else in between really. Bit of a root in front of it. Be right though. I'll just quickly check that. Shot it okay, and then where's that loose? Only 3 number 9s, that's not very much. I guess maybe 3 number 9s. Okay, that's it then, that's the rig. So, need to make a bit of impression, so we're going to put in 2 lots of ground bait and micros. That's going in. And half a pot of corn. Back out on the bomb. I've made a decision that that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to feed maggots shore anymore. I think that was a crazy idea. It's too close. So ground bait and corn's going down that left hand edge. I'm going to stay on the bomb, and then I'm going to come on the edge, and that's it, and just flip between the two. That's it now. I'm going to catch some fish. I need to do it quick. what I'll do is I think every 15 minutes I'll have a little look down the edge for a minute or so. If there's carp there, they'll have it straight away. And then every few looks I'll put some more bait in. It's not ideal, it's away from the bank. It's only on a top kit. It's not really what you want from an edge, but it's the best I've got, I think. It's nice to come out and get a few bites. I just need to get back into that rhythm after that big blanking session I've had. So everything's not right. I don't have the right rigs made up. I'm not paying enough attention. I've missed that bite. It's all going on. Yeah, absolutely, Wayne. I'll do it right this second. So, 8 pound ST. I've got a 3/4 of an ounce Guru bomb, which is just on a quick link and a swivel. It just goes down to a Guru speed bead. 12-inch hook length of 019 reflow power to a size 12 QM1 hook to a small bait band from Drennan on an 8mm pellet from Ringers. That's the setup, and I'll just chuck it out and then I'll come back and have another look at what you said and what you asked. Okay, reasons for the setup. So firstly, the hook size. So firstly, let's go line first. 8 pound ST, durable line from Daiwa. When you're fishing the bomb, you've got quite a lot of line out into the lake, so there's enough flexibility in it, I would say. So I'm happy catching carp up to and including 25 pound on Daiwa ST, no problem. And that covers all the fish in most of these lakes. There's a few fish in Gold Lake that are a bit bigger, but only a few. So up to 25 pound, I've not got a problem. So 8 pound ST. Then we come to the bomb size. The bomb size is where the catapult fires the bait, if that makes sense. So not a crazy pull on the catapult, but a nice short, you know, a nice leisurely pull on the catapult. That's where the 8mm pellets, and then that 3/4 of an ounce bomb is what I would call a nice lazy chuck over the top. So you're not overstretching on the catapult. If you do that, you start to spray your bait, and you're not having to cast a long way when you cast on the bomb, which in this lake, for example, gets me 4/5 of the way to the rope on this particular peg. Okay, so I'm nearly in the middle of the lake. There's a rope that runs down the middle. I'm 4/5 out. It's a nice chuck on the catapult. Keep the bait relatively tight. It's a nice lazy chuck on the bomb. So that's what 2/3 of an ounce Guru bomb does. Then you've got the hook size 12 QM1. There's carp and F1s in here. You know, the carp are up to mid doubles. So you've got to have a hook that's got a wide enough gape that it will actually go into the lip of the carp. So that's why it's a size 12. You could fish a size 10, but I wouldn't fish smaller. I used to fish 14s, and I used to miss quite a few bites, and the belief was that the hook wasn't holding enough in the fish's mouth. I've just missed another bite there, need to pay attention. So that's why it's a size 12. Small bait band is a reasonable stretch around an 8mm pellet. You could use the mini, then it's a bit of a bigger stretch. You're really stretching that band, and you couldn't use a micro from Drennan, it's too small. So Yeah, small bait band from Drennan. The Drennan ones are really durable. I used to use the brown Drennan ones, because I used to think they used to blend in nicely with the pellet, but they're a looser latex, they're not as tight, so I used to find that I used to lose a few pellets on the retrieve, whereas I never lose them on the retrieve on this. It's just the right combination, because you don't want to be losing pellets when you bring it back. It just costs you time. So that's probably it. So 8mm line, 8 pound ST, Daiwa ST that is, 2/3 of an ounce Guru bomb, safe link swivel, Guru speed bead, 019 Roflo power, size 12 QM1 hook from Guru, and a small bait band from Drennan. And I've had fantastic success on the bomb setup at this venue and other venues. Very confident in it, very happy with it. So yeah, that's the setup. Hope that answered your question. If you got any more, just let me know. I'm just watching down this left hand side. I'm looking for any signs of fish. It is quite deep, so I'm not going to be able to rely on seeing fish down there. So I will give it another 10 minutes on the bomb, and I will have a look down there on double corn. I prefer to catch the carp out on the bomb line, but it's worth feeding the edge and having a little look. Or feeding it just down here. Oh, look, 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 I say that. Look at that getting kicked up. You probably can't see that. But there's been a load of dirt kicked up. Closer to the bank than where I fed though. But it's a clear sign there's carp. So, I'll very quickly rush. Get this rig. Stick 2 bits of corn on it and get ready for it to explode. Right. Now, I'm going to move that rest of that pole to the side. Just there, because when I hook that carp, I'm confident it's not necessarily going to go where I want it to, so I need to be able to put those bits of pole on. But yeah, let's get down there now. That was funny, that was. I'm anticipating a bite that's not coming. Come on, come on, come on. It's long enough. It could well be that they've come in for the smell of the ground bait. Just push the bait around a little bit. They don't want to feed just yet. And I'll get back out on it in a bit. Could well have been. I don't know. I could have just fished a terrible match. Chucking bait everywhere. I could have fished an absolutely terrible match today. Maybe I should be fishing shallow. Maybe I should be fishing maggots short. Maybe I should be fishing maggots long. You know, I really don't know. The important thing today was to just come out, get some bites, catch some fish, do a live stream, so I haven't done one for ages. Because I keep fishing venues where I can't get a signal. And yeah, that was sort of the priority today. It wasn't to come and win the match. I was nowhere near, no way prepared for that. I was tying rigs up before the start. And hook lengths. I've got plenty of stuff geared up for the river. That's the way that bite developed then. F1 that wants to go careering through my edge line, thanks very much. Click, click. Liking this clicker now. I should have got one of these before, mate. It'll be interesting to see what the other anglers have caught today. I don't really know what to expect. I would have thought that the drop in temperature might make the might make the carp a little bit moody. I'll get my words out. But I didn't think it would necessarily do too much to the F1s. But could have done. As I say, I'm not really prepared for today at all. I was on an R-in about going fishing on the river. There's a little stream that comes around from Abingdon Lock, cuts through the town a little bit, and then goes back and rejoins the river. And I was speaking to a pal down there yesterday, and it's full of roach. So I was contemplating on going down there, but I've got no signal, so I couldn't do a live stream. So I thought that's a future little video. But I wanted to come and do a live stream today because I haven't done one for so long. just going to keep chucking a little bit of ground bait down this edge. I think that's what I'm going to do. Right, I've got an hour and a half. So not a lot of time. I thought to win today you'll probably need £100. Not too sure if I'm right with that, but I'm not scalesman today. I'm on the board, so I've got to write down everyone's weight, so I'll know what everyone's weighed. Yeah, well, I need more than one. I've got more than one net, so I thought I'd get one of these fancy ones this morning. I didn't realise you'd gone and bought it. You have to come and fish a match now, Neil. That's what you'll have to do. Get yourself a keep net. Come down and fish a match at Gold. Right, it was clearly a carp coming in and having a look. Attracted by that ground bait, probably. So I will put another. I'm wondering now. I was going to say I was going to put another pot in a minute, but I'm a bit unsure. Ah, well, there you go then. Although I don't need more than one keep net today. You could just come down and fish the middle lake and just fish a bomb all day long. Fish a bomb all day long and then chuck a load of bait in the edge and chuck the bomb down there. It's funny that I've had, I don't know, 4 F1s on the bomb, whereas last time I fished a match in middle I was further down towards 85 and I think I had 5 carp on the bomb and no F1s. Oh, look at that carp, look, just there. It's just there. I think it's the same one from earlier. I just see it. It's gone out of the shade of the shadow of the cloud now. Maybe they're up in the water. Next chuck, I'm going to just have a chuck where I was fishing the pole line earlier. I'll put the bomb down there. See if that gets me a bite. I'm getting liners. There's definitely fish swimming around. I say swimming around, that sounds a bit weird. There's fish swimming on my line. Or between me and my bait. Of course there's fish swimming around. See, this is the problem, I haven't done a live stream for ages. Thanks, Wayne. Any other questions? Just let me know. Right, I'm sure I can see a disturbance in that water after I put that ground bait in again. So let's have another quick look. So I just had a liner. I mean, it's one of those carp bites where the float goes under and the elastic's coming out the pole before you even realise you've had a bite. Move that so you can see. Right, I've just seen closer to the bank. I wonder if they're just big swell there, look. Spooked something. So I came away from the bank, but now I'm wondering if that was the right choice. There's a bramble close to the edge. Maybe that was the thing I didn't like this morning. I can't remember now. I thought my rig was going to get stuck. It might have been a rock. I can't remember. Anyway. straight over it. There's fish there, they've kicked the dirt up again. That fish is just cruising in front of me again. I can't see it because of the sun, otherwise I would grab this rig and try to dob it. Where's it gone? I've got my float dancing down into the left. I've got this carp swimming around somewhere. I don't know if it's carp down this edge or whether it's F1s. It's not optimal because I'm away from the bank, but I have a couple of indications. The float's jumped around a little bit, something's bashing into the rig. What I was hoping for was that just putting that bait in and then following it down straight away was going to get me a fish. I've just had a bite there. Let's get back down here. Maybe the roach just struggling to get that size 10 hook in their mouth. Now that's either foul hooked or hooked, not sure, one of the two. But I'm going to put that on there. Could be in for a quick carp here. That's come back, so it's foul hooked. They generally don't come on their own, so repeat that with a little ball of ground bait. A little bit of corn. Straight down there. Straight on the top of it. That was annoying, that was. Must have hooked it in a dodgy place because these size 10 MWGs don't come out really. Float's just dinked again. You see, if there's dirt getting kicked up on my edge as well. So there's if you fish against the bank, obviously if you think about the places the fish can go, you restrict the way the fish has come. They've got to come into your bait, as it were. They can't swim behind it, and so it's a lot easier to control the fish and to get bites. I think if you've seen the video that I did at Tunnel Barn Farm, where I was on peg 1 on club pool, I was fishing against the bank, and it's, you know, it's a lot easier to feed, lay your bait there, the fish come in, they can only come like straight towards your bait, and then it's a lot easier to get a bite and hook them. Here they can swim all around where I am, and they can push the bait all around where I am, so I could end up with bait, you know, 2 foot to my left. And then you start getting all sorts of problems with foul hookers. But if I can do what I'm doing, put the bait in and then go straight over the top of it, hopefully the fish gets drawn in and then it will have my bait at the same time. There's another big swirl just out in front of me. Top kitten 2 to just slightly to the right. So there's carp in the area. Question is, are they going to get their heads down, have a feed? What I might do in the next one is I might put some pellets in as well, just something that's not as easy for them to waft around as the ground bait. So a smaller bit of ground bait, corn and pellets. Or maybe more corn. Got 2 cans. I've used half of a can already, so people driving around today. Oh yeah, that'd be a carp then. I always fish a 12-inch hook length on the bomb. Now, if you go and watch, maybe you'll watch a winning ways video from Map, you know, or something else, you'll find you'll definitely be able to find. Just a carp just spooked out the peg there, look. And another one. Loads of carp are swimming around here now. If you go and have a look online, you'll find plenty of videos, I'm sure, that will show you to use a 6-inch hook length on the bomb. And I'm also sure that if you go and watch any Corder video with Danny Fairbrass, he'll tell you that if your bait's stationary on the ground, on the bottom, on a clear bed of, on a clear bottom, like it's a gravel, the shorter the hook length you can use, the better. I'm absolutely convinced of that. Now, I think that's completely true. However, when you fish the bomb, when you're fishing pellets, if you think about, I might be speaking a bit slowly, sorry, but I'm concentrating. But what you'll find is I fire in, I missed the bite then. You fire in pellets, so 5 or 6 pellets, plop, 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 and then you fire in 6 more pellets, plop, plop, plop. Now, there's 2, and then you cast the bomb straight over the middle of those pellets. Now what you're doing is you're attracting the fish with the noise, and then you're casting straight in the middle of it. Now what you're trying to then create is a scenario where your bomb goes down and your pellet is falling through the water slightly slower, so it looks like one of those pellets that's falling through the water. So in like the last, you know, if you think from the lake of the bed upwards 12 inches, you want your bait to just flutter down a little bit, the same as that loose feed's fluttering down a bit. Another fish just spooked out the peg. And if you have a 6-inch hook length, your bait flutters down half as much, so pretty much not at all. So the reason I use a 12-inch hook length is I want that bait to fall a little bit freely, so it looks like one of those pellets that I've just fired in. When the quarter boys are fishing, you know, and they're fishing, you know, they've chucked a load of bait out and then they've cast on top of it, you know, and then 20 minutes later a carp comes along, it's not the same as firing pellets in and then chucking your bomb straight over the top of it. And I think that's the difference. But like I said, you'll find a lot of match anglers that will say use a 6-inch hook length. I use a 12. I've always done really well on it. I don't feel the need or desire to change it. So that's what I stick with. Right, this is bouncing around like all crazy thing. There's a bunch of carp in this peg, and all that's going to happen is I'm going to foul hook them, I suspect. What's meant to happen is you're meant to put some bait in, go down, the carp are sitting there and they have it straight away. Maybe I'm not putting enough bait in. So there. So yeah, I like a 12-inch hook length from the bomb. You'll find people say use a 6-inch. And you'll certainly find lots of videos that will tell you to fish a short one. Look, there's another fish just spooked out. They're coming in, but they're not feeding properly. Look, another one in the peg. What was that? A tree I was pulling out. Oh, that's a bit of a mess. I think there's a tree that's sticking out. I'm going to keep doing it though, it's fun. I've got an hour of getting frustrated, not hooking any carp down the edge. That's hooked. You go out there. That's it, that's it, go out there a little bit. Get away from that tree, and then I'll ship you straight back in and net you. You get some water in your mouth. There you go, air in your mouth. Right. we're on, isn't it? Nice lick to the top lip. There we go. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do the same again. Certainly is, Beth. Right, little ball of ground bait. Little bits of corn. A bit there. No, I'm good with the corn, Peter, thanks, till it runs out. Ooh, missed a bite. I haven't brought enough corn to do this for an hour. Floats bouncing around, something. Next carp's down there. It's got the rig stuck. It's not a bite. If I strike that, I'm going to foul hook another one. Don't want to. Same again, fish has swam into the rig. This is the problem when you're fishing away from the bank. That's the bite. Oh! Oof. At least one more down there. Just another boil out to my right. There's fish there. Oh, you can't see very well, can you? Is that better? I'll switch to maggot when I've run out of corn. What I need to make sure is I don't scrimp on the amount of corn I put down. I think what I can do is I can put some corn and pellet together. Another one kicking out the dirt. funny, like when they're like this, you can just keep feeding on top of their heads, and they just keep feeding and feeding and feeding. They just don't care. They just keep coming in, pushing all the bait around, mopping up any loose offerings they can have, and you could just catch them, and they swim out the peg, and then as that one's swimming out the peg, the next one's coming in to munch. They've just decided they're hungry. It's the right time of day, it's autumn, they want to pack on weight for winter, and it's just unfortunate I'm out into the lake, not against the bank where it's a bit easier. But oh, it's just foul looking at it. It's just the rig's just getting on the fish. Fish is spooking out the peg, but it'll come straight back in again. They sort of swim out there a little bit, and I think they just turn around and go, no, I want that food, I'm coming back. Now, a real popular way at the moment, I see loads of videos springing up all over the place, is to chuck a method feeder down there. But you've got to have your, again, everything's got to be lined up in the right sort of way. You can't fish it where I'm fishing it and chuck a method down there. What's that? 2 fish I've foul hooked, 3 fish I've foul hooked. This is what I mean. If you were tight against the bank, it wouldn't happen. I'm just surprised that those hooks aren't, wherever it is I'm hooking them, they're not staying in. So maybe it's not that I'm hooking them, maybe it's that that was a bite. The fish is just getting the line stuck around its fin. That's enough to give me the bite. But yeah, 3 foul hookers for 1 properly. Yeah, because I'm not coming back with the scale, so they're just getting caught on the rig. Too many foul hookers. I'm just going to carry on doing this. I'm just enjoying it. I don't think it's the most productive way to fish. It's just a lot of fun. That's what I needed today. Come on, carp. Can I have another one, please? Fish are there, the rig's getting pushed around. I'm probably not saying too much, I'm just sort of smiling and getting frustrated, like all at the same time, which is, as I was saying, this inability to control where the fish are coming in from and control their ability to push the bait around. Which is what's happening right now. Look at this thing. It's that one that's cruising around. Sure. I can't seem to nail him in the right spot though. There it is again. It's just swimming around that carp. I don't know why I'm worried about it. There's carp down here to think about, but I can't hook them. What is it? 20 past. If I move that rod rest right round, could I drop the bomb on top of their heads? And if I do, right, I'll tell you what. I could just fish it with it there. Right, let's have a look. There's dirt coming up all over my peg. Let's see. I can't even get it on the rest. Just fishing with a totally slack line. It's just going to bolt and go crazy if it hooks itself. That's why you want a method feeder there, really. So they'll bolt off of the method. I have Peter, but it's not the It's not the bait that's the problem. The problem is that I'm fishing away from the bank, and so the fish are able to come into the bait from all angles. And I'm getting fin after fin after fin instead of mouth after mouth. That's the problem. If that's what you were thinking, by the way, I've got maggots. Yeah, but it's not, because I'm not getting bites. Wayne, looking at your thing. The QM1 is a circle style hook, so it turns in the fish's mouth to get in. So when you're fishing on the bottom, and the fish grabs the bait, remember the bait's on a bait band, then as they pull away, the hook turns and hooks them. When you're fishing with a float and your hook is under your float, as it were, and you're striking upwards, you don't need that turning motion. You want the turning motion when you're fishing on the bottom. So that's why it's not a QM1. As for why it's an MWG, it's because MWG hooks are super strong. And if you hook the fish properly in the mouth, it's not coming out. And if your gear's balanced, it's not bending either. I'm not worried about the time, Peter. I think I'm not. I'm kind of enjoying this frustration. Because they're there. There's loads of fish there. It's chaos under my rig. It's chaos. So I will put a bunch of maggots on just because you're here and you've said it, and I'm not. If I was to fish maggots down the edge, it would always generally be dead maggots, but as I've sort of said, I'm not really fishing in the edge. Right, I'm going to go 5 maggots, and I'm going to pot some more ground bait and a bunch of maggots over the spot. It's just chaos down there now. Look. Yeah. Now if I get a bite and I hook the carp, Peter, you're not to say I told you so, all right? You got to restrain yourself. I might do my best not to strike. this is one lesson I need to this is one thing I need to sort out, which is I need to stop fishing away from the bank like this. Because I can't line the fish up. I just get loads of fish in the peg and end up with a mess. Or maybe if I have to fish away from the bank like this to get an edge line, then maybe I have to make sure I've got a method with me and chuck a method feeder on it. The bomb's not really any good, or not so good, because really I want a bolt effect that you'd get with a method feeder. See, I don't want the maggot. I want this corn. I remember there's a guy that fishes here regularly called Charlie, and I remember he fished this lake once before the carp were taken out and before the F1s came in, and it was about this peg. Maybe it was up just a little bit. I remember that Charlie he fed an entire pot of corn in between carp down the edge, and he had 10 carp, I think it was, in the last hour. I think maybe that's some indication of just how much these fish will come in and eat. That was when there was lots more carp in here, but it's still the same today. There's loads of carp around here. Maybe I've spooked a few too many of them, but got one on to my right. I can see his elastics out to the middle of the lake. So remember, for the next match, Graham, do not end up fishing away from the bank like this unless you've got a method feeder to drop on it and not fish a pole rig. Alright, if everyone can remind me of that, I would appreciate it. So we got half an hour to go. There is a horrible snag down there. Good bite though, isn't it? Fish has sucked that in and blown it straight back out, and it's caught on that branch that's down there. Oh, you crazy fish. So this is a good example of not fishing away from the bank because you foul hook fish. Alright? I've had one foul hook 5 or 6. It may be that I would have been better off coming in even closer, fishing to the left. Somewhere like there. Maybe it would have been better if I'd have fished there than fish out here. It's all craggy, Peter. There's rocks all down there. It's awful. And there's a bramble in the river, in the lake. I know what happened this morning when I plumbed it up. It was horrible. And that's why I thought I'd just fish there on a top kit with the intention of catching F1s or maggots, and not really ending up with a load of carp down there. And what I've done is I've drawn a load of carp in, and I'm away from the bank, and it's horrible bottom, and that's what's causing all these issues. So I don't really know why I'm still fishing it, but if I come shorter, I'll tell you what, let's have a look, see if I can get it in shorter. Can I fish it here? See, there's a huge rock there. It's on top of another rock. Another rock. Another rock. And then I'm away from the bank again. And if I stretch out there. Bramble, rock, no, it's just the same. It's so rocky. Although I'm surprised actually now I've even had that one. I just kind of have to hope that when I put the rig in, that I put the rig in, it lands resting on a rock. It's awful. I shouldn't be fishing here, I know better than this. Try and catch a fish. Right, that was good fun, I enjoyed that. So after a little bit of fishing on the rivers, it's reminded me what not to do on a lake. I think this won't get made into a video, this session today. Maybe I'll make a little video out of it of how not to fish down the edge. I go home today and go, what was I doing for that match? Having a laugh. I was saying that, what have I got? I've got £30, but I should have 100, I think. If I wanted to do any good today, I think. So we've got, what have I got? Quarter of an hour left. Just a little summary of my match, just in case I do publish the video. I started short on pellets, 6 mil on the band and 2 mils in the pot. I had 3 fish out there, I think it was. I didn't think I was catching quick enough. That probably took about 30 minutes for those 3 fish. I then went out on a 13-meter line. I had some fish there. I again didn't think I was catching quick enough. I tried in the edge with maggots, and I went on the bomb. And I had a few fish on the bomb, a few F1s. I think I probably got 20 pound of F1s in total. And then I fed ground bait down the left hand edge once, and it's sort of in the way, and all around the edges is rocks. So what's happening is the fish are coming in, they're not able to feed properly on the bottom. They're coming in at weird angles, and I'm foul hooking them. I'm not actually hooking the fish, because they go out and then the hook pulls. What's happening is they're just getting caught with the line on their fins. So I think I've had 1 fish that I've hooked and got out, and I think it's 7 or 8 where the line's got caught on them. It's a really good example of how not to fish down the edge. What I should have been doing, and I can't do it here. I should have plumbed up to the right and had a look, but you've got to come tighter into the bank. If you fish out from the bank, then all that's going to happen is the fish will come in they'll come behind your rig, and they'll waft your bait around, and instead of it being in a nice tight little circle, it spreads out over a big area, and you get fish at all different places, at all different angles, and then that's where you start getting these liners and the rig moves, and that's exactly what's happened down there for the last hour. And I've sat there and I've continued to fish it, I think in my head, just out of a bit of curiosity, but also just to demonstrate that it just doesn't work when it's like that. There's been loads of carp there, and I've managed to, as I say, hook 1. There's still loads of carp. They're all milling around this part of the peg, but I thought I'd chuck the feeder back out, the bomb back out, just to see if I could catch another fish before the end of the day. I might drop the bomb down there for the last 5 minutes, but as I say, it's a good example of, you know, it's not quite right, but in terms of, you know, how good is it going to be for catching fish, it's not a little bit wrong, it's a huge amount wrong. You go down there and there's enough indications and you think that there's fish, and suddenly you realise there's an hour of your match gone. And what you need to be is, that needs to be the bank, and that float needs to be tight as it can be against the bank, so fish can't get behind it. So when your rig's there and the fish comes in here, this is only really what's going to happen, right? The fish are going to have their mouths near the bait, and not what's going on for me, which I should first show if I do that, is the fish are coming around and there's this way and that way, and there's fins going all over the place. Just a good example of what to watch out for. Yes, fish have come in, yes, I've caught 1, but I've wasted an hour and a half down there maybe, just getting frustrated, just through the process. If I'd have had carp on the bomb line, I would never have gone down there, but it's because I had F1s on the bomb line. Still, there's loads of fish down there. What I was saying earlier is what the common thought process is, that if you've got it like that, then you should chuck a method feeder down there, and then, because everything's lying flat on the bank, but really you need to be pointing towards it. It needs to be a bit further away. This is too close a little bit. Although because this bomb's not gone, I'm going to chuck the bomb down here again. It's a very funny end to my match today. Next time on the fishing stream it'll be Graham does something sensible instead of this. So I've dropped my bomb down there. If that goes, the fish is going to go crazy. I can't get away from seeing the dirt getting kicked up, that's the problem. It's like a magnet. Still want to put that float back on it. Maybe I'll look another one in the mouth. What have we got? 8 minutes. Carp, what are you? Bit of left one. Had some fight in it though, didn't it? Right, we've got about 2 minutes to go. That was a bite. Right, there we go. Now I've got to weigh people in today, so I need to be pretty rapid. I'll quickly just go through that though. That's a black hydro, it's a 0.3 drilling crystal, 021 bulk dropper, 019 to a size 10 MWG. It would ideally be a 12. I didn't have any. I had to make the rig this morning. The short rig, white hydro, 017 to an RW 4B12. Same again, bulk, some just tuning shots. one number 10 dropper. That's down to a I converted that. That's now on a maggot on a size 18, but before it was an 18 with a bait band on it. And then which is pretty much this rig, which is a RW4B14, same again, 017, 013, down to a band, a 6mm pellet. And then just again the bomb rig, 8 pound ST, 3/4 of an ounce or 2/3 of an ounce bomb from Guru Speed Bead 019 to a size 12 QM1 with an banded 8mm. That's it. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. I've caught a few fish. I've got about 30 pounds on the clicker. Yeah, I could put the results up, Dennis, but I've done awful. So I'm a bit reluctant to, really. A bit reluctant to. Because I can't explain to everyone else that looks at it. They'll just see a terrible result. So maybe I put my weight up and not the results. I don't know. If you want to see the results, if you look at Gold Valley's Facebook page, they'll be up there before I get home. So so that's the way it is. So that's it, really. I hope you had an enjoyable time. Like I say, I've got to pack up pretty sharpish. I've got to help weigh everyone in. So I'm going to chuck all this bait down the edge, feed these fish, and I'll catch you on the next one. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a bit of a just get back to catch some fish stream. As I say, I've got 30 pound on my 31 pound on my clicker. Let's see how good it is. And there's a rogue pound up here. I don't know what this is doing. So that's good. Actually, it's quite a nice little bit of kit, really. Kind of does the job. It's not too in the way. It's not a product placement video, but it's, you know, it's not a bad bit of product. So anyway, that's it. I will catch you on the next one. I hope you enjoyed it. Give it a thumbs up. Go and watch my I qualified for Riverfest. It's a much better video. And I'll catch you on a live stream soon. Okay.